What is up, everyone? It is Fat Jolly Guy, and we are back. Turn the light on. With Season 3, Episode 2 of Edge of the Map Original Homebrew Campaign. We are picking up right where we left off 2 weeks ago. We are in the mansion. The last time we met, some shit went down.
Yes, it did.
I don't even know how to really recap it all. But emotions were strong, and everybody had an opinion about everybody's actions. And at this very moment, when the party should be at its strongest and unified against the face of the helm spawns that are facing the mortal plane, it seems that the party is the most divided. Cousin versus cousin, player versus player. And right now, the mansion is quiet, with everybody thinking and trying to figure out the next move. And we are going to start right there, as we pick up with Damien. Oh yeah, go ahead and get your dice rolls in for the day. Oh, Damien.
Earlier, when I came in here and you showed me the thing earlier, I rolled the d20 and I rolled a 2. I just want to point that out. These dice are loaded.
These dice are loaded. And sorry about my voice. I've been coughing an awful lot, so if I sound a little gruff, that's why.
Wow, good. Through the turmoil that had happened after we had left, Damien will be leaving the mansion.
Damien, as you walk out the front door of the mansion, Moon and Yu-Gi-Oh are sitting on the couches, and you say nothing to them as you walk right by them and out the front door. And as you enter into the city streets of Zatan, it's dark, it's quiet this night. And your head is filled with all of these things, all of these thoughts that have been compounding on top of you. The actions of the party, the actions of yourself, everything that has been happening is weighing on your shoulders. And you find yourself wandering the streets of Zatan.
Thank you. Damien kind of slowly walks through the town square.
Damien, as you enter into a particular part of the town here, you hear several of the adjoining areas. You hear the nightlife. People are talking and carrying on. It's not overly lively. It's just general conversations of the town's nightlife. People are having some dinner. They're having general conversations. It's calming, but almost aggravatingly so, to the point where all of these people are so calm, but yet you yourself have so much on your shoulders that these people all around you can just sit here in this calm moment without a worry in the world.
Damien kind of wiping his forehead and rubbing his face, kind of just in deep thought. continues to walk. Grips his sword. And kind of takes it all in.
As you approach the center of the square, the Knight Captain sees you wandering alone and will approach you. My lord, is everything all right? You seem stressed.
Captain, I think stressed is an understatement.
I know Zatan is a safe place, but even the king should not be wandering the streets alone without an escort.
I assure you. Zatan is safe now, that's for sure. I chose to walk alone tonight.
Well, at least let me have some men escort you to the Citadel or back to your manor, or...
It won't be necessary. I just don't understand some people's thinking. Damien kind of takes a seat on the steps.
Sir?
I'm sure as a captain of the city, you deal with men and women taking reckless action. Almost beating their chest with their ego.
From time to time.
I too deal with it time to time. Not from you men. From my own party. The ones I trust most. My cousin of all people. And Damien will go on with the things that he's seen his party and his cousin in particular have done in the coming weeks, or in the past weeks. And just the frustration starts to pour out of him as he continues to go on, and he breaks that and goes on to tell them of their past battles, the fall of Blackthorn, and the appearance of Malphas. And he says, this man, I won't even call it a man, this devil came out of the portal. It grabbed the Vespa and demanded it be his new host. Vespa refused. He fucking ripped him in half.
My lord.
Damien then grabs the sword of Elranthian's hilt. I drew the sword. I went to go strike Malphas, and he kind of just loses it, lost in his words, and just starts to stare at the sword as it's been shattered into a million pieces. How can I be king when the one thing that proved I was is now gone?
The Knight Captain.
The sword was the symbol.
The Night Watch Captain will draw his sword. Shing. As he takes it in both of his hands, he will take a knee in front of you, Damien. If it is a sword that you will require for your position, my lord, I've already pledged mine to you. As he takes a knee before you. Before you, you begin to see several of the other guards, which you didn't realize had begun to gather. Several of them begin to follow suit as they draw their swords in sync, offering them up one at a time. And before too long, all of the guards in fealty are offering their swords to you. Even the citizens that have gathered, hearing what you have had to say, Damien, have their hands across their chest in fealty to you, in solidarity, with their heads bowed.
In that moment, an idea as bold and audacious, spacious as Vesper ever had came to Damien's mind. Damien stands, hardening his resolve, takes a deep breath. Soldiers of Tatan, hear me. Tonight I walked these streets burdened by the reckless decisions and inflated egos of those who should be my allies. But it is not their failures that define our path. It is our resolve, our unity that brings us strength. You see before you a broken sword, a shattered symbol of my station. But know this. It's not the sword that makes the king, but the spirit and the will to act. We face an enemy that seeks to drag our world into chaos and darkness. Malfast believes he could take the mortal plane. But I ask you, why should we not take the fight to him? Why should we not march in the very heart of Avernus and reclaim our power from the depths of hell itself? You as my loyal gods have pledged your sword to me. You stand ready, not as soldiers, but as brothers and sisters in arms. Together we will forge a path through the fires of hell. We will show Malfast the true spirit of Zatan can't be broken.
Clang.
Call upon you to stay with me.
Clang.
Let us
Clang.
form an army, not just to defend,
Clang.
but to conquer.
Clang. Clang.
To take the very fight
Clang.
of our enemies and show them the true meaning of courage and justice.
Clang.
Together,
Clang.
we will march into Avernus.
Clang.
Together,
Clang.
we will light the
Clang.
darkest corners of
Clang.
existence.
Clang.
And together, we will
Clang.
emerge victorious.
Clang. Clang.
As unbreakable as the force of Zatan's city.
Clang. Clang. Clang.
Stand with me, my friends.
Clang. Clang.
Stand with me as we will write our names in the annals of history. As the ones who dared to challenge hell itself.
Clang. Clang.
We will do this for Zatan.
Clang. Clang. Clang.
But we will also do it for our future. As Zatan, we will stand united. Damien kind of steps back. Collects himself. Prepare yourselves. You'll receive word in the morning.
The guards all stand in absolute fealty to you, their swords raised at a point in a salute to you. Even the citizens that were standing here to hear the whole thing are applauding in this moment. Everybody that was not involved in this have absolutely gathered from the noise that had been roused to see this spectacle now. Seeing the guards in fealty to the king has drawn the absolute crowd of everybody else from the surrounding area of the town square.
I'll see you all in hell, brothers. As Damien makes haste.
As the guards separate, allowing you to pass between them, their salute and their resolve unwavering. The captain fills in the void between you, ordering them back to their posts for tonight. In the morning, we return to the armory, fulfilling the king's order. For in the morning we prepare for war. In the morning, we prepare to take the war to Avernus. This war to the demons themselves. And we follow the king himself into the fires. For Zatan. For Zatan!
A war, then.
Back at the mansion. Whisker.
Yes, sir.
Whisker, back at the mansion. You have arcane locked the portal. You still feel the fire in your stomach from the potion that you consumed. You and Vesper both. You know it is a pit to Avernus. And you know that Damien was quite upset with the absolute insanity of that situation. And he had said some things about wanting you out of the party. And you know that in your past, all you've ever wanted was to get closer to Damien. And it seems like every time that you've tried, it seems to have failed in some way, shape, or form. Especially when you traveled to Ebenron in an attempt to bring Nellis back. And all that you were able to bring back was Bishop. And yet Nellis's soul still rides shotgun in that Warforged. It wasn't what you had promised, and it has taken Damien some time to even accept Bishop as he is. And now you sit in your workshop at the mansion and you reach into your pocket and you pull out a small golden ring. One that you took off of Archibald's body.
I'm just gonna stand here at this bench, kind of stare at it, deep in thought, worried about everything that's happened. Damien telling me I should leave, feeling like I'm a failure. I didn't fulfill the one wish that Damien asked to the extent that Damien wanted it. And I'm just kind of beating myself up about it. And while I'm focused on all this, I just keep repeating in my mind over and over, I wish, I wish, I wish.
Whisker, as you repeat this thought in your head over and over and over again, one time the thought becomes words upon your lips, and you say the words.
I wish.
And with that, you hear a slamming in the storage closet of the stable beside you. Plow, slam, bang. And it startles you. And as the door rolls out, this creature rolls out into the pathway. It gains its bearings, it gains its footing, and it stands up on two small legs, shaking its bird-like mechanical head. And for a moment, you make eye contact with it.
What in the world?
As you approach, it takes a step away from you.
I mean you no harm.
And just before you get to arm's reach away from it, it turns from you and sprints out into the street, making its way down the road, running full speed away from you.
I'm just gonna start chasing it as fast as I can.
as you follow this thing through the streets of Zatan, you follow it and you follow it and you follow it, and it goes through till it enters into the Armory District, entering into the forges, and finally down into your workshop of all places. And you feel like you have it cornered.
Where'd you go?
Oh, there you are. Please tell me you know what's going on here.
I haven't the slightest.
Wow.
I've got no idea.
Well, all I know is I was upstairs working on this core world metal, and I heard this horrendous scratching, and all of a sudden this green glow came from down here. And when I came down the stairs, this portal was here. I don't know where it came from. And then just a few moments ago, some metal bird contraption come flying through here and jumped into it, and now you're here. What do you think
it was
is?
trying to hurt you? I'm not entirely sure. I was at the mansion and just, all I said was I wish, and it popped up, and
What do you mean you wish?
no, I wish. And you saying this popped up like you didn't build this?
Hell no, I didn't build this thing. I could barely build arms and legs and... What are you doing? Don't get too close to it.
I don't think it's gonna hurt me.
Whisker, you don't know what it is?
You said it ran in there?
Yeah, the metal bird thing, yeah.
You heard a crash and some clawing, then disappeared, and it ran by you and ran in.
Vaulted right over the workbench, right at the top of the stairs. Didn't even hesitate, went right through that thing.
Well, it's not here to hurt us. But I have to see where it went.
Okay. I'm going with you then.
Well, then let's go.
As you and Astrid step through the portal, only temporary, for the briefest of moments, you transported to a completely different area, only to step back through almost immediately. Oh, is that what I think it is? Is that...
You just calm.
I said...
Calm down.
There's no way that could be real.
It's obviously real. We were just there.
Where was that place? Whisker.
Calm down. Don't go back in it. You're not gonna get hurt, but don't go back. Don't let anybody in it.
Okay.
I've got to get the rest of the guys. I've got to go find where Damien ran off to. Until I come back, do not let anybody go through that portal.
Okay.
I know it was a lot, but you're okay.
Yeah.
It's all gonna be okay. Trust me.
What if I do? What do I do if they come out of the portal?
Well, I don't think they're gonna hurt you.
Okay, but just I'm
help you maybe, but not hurt you.
Just go find them. Find Oh, I'm gonna be sick.
You're fine.
Go get Damien. Back in Zatan. I'm gonna move people back to the mansion. That should be at the mansion. Whisker's at the forge. Damien should be at this little area-ish somewhere. This is pretty good. So from here, Damien, where would you be heading back?
I would be heading to the Citadel.
Okay.
To make plans. Pretty much.
Whisker, where, without knowing that he's obviously going to the Citadel, where would you think to start looking for Damien?
Well, knowing the little I do know about Damien and Vesper, he left. I figure he's probably headed towards the tavern. Whether that's to just talk to Jim or try to drown his sorrows and problems away.
So then as you are moving towards the tavern, you would see, because the tavern is here, you would, before you get to the tavern, you would see this whole, because this is the square that they were at. you would see this whole thing, because Damien would be moving this way, you would be moving this way, and you would basically run into each other as Damien was moving towards each other. So you would run into each other roughly before you admit to the Citadel walk.
Okay.
Damien would just straight stare, 1,000-yard stare as he's walking to the Citadel.
While he's 1,000-yard staring, I'm just like, I'm on a dead sprint trying to figure out where he went, trying to go to the tavern because he might be there. I just like, I'm just gonna be screaming Damien at the top of my fucking lungs as I'm trying to run and make a beeline.
Damien, roll me a perception check.
Oh.
Damien's on it.
Damien, in this instance, this absolutely snaps you out of whatever you are in. And you hear the absolute panic. And you know exactly where Whisker is at.
Damien, dead sprint. Running in the direction of the call.
You two find each other on the main drag almost instantly, sliding into each other.
What is it? Why are you yelling? What's going on?
You just I need you to come with me.
What happened?
Just, please. You left. Things
I don't know how to
Things were said. You left. I just, please, come with
Lead
me,
the way.
please.
What is it? Lead the way.
Would you want to get anyone else before going back?
As excited and what's like shocked, dismayed, like all these emotions in one. Like Damien is the only person I'm worried about at this point in time.
All right.
Just you gotta come with me, Damien.
I am. What is it? Astrid, are you okay?
Damien.
Is everything all right? Why are you in such a panic?
Astrid's eyes are just locked onto this portal.
Did anything come out of it?
No. Nothing's come out of it.
Out of what? As Damien will kind of pick up his head and wide-eyed. He'll kind of slowly push, like a soft push, Whiskey out of the way. You made this.
Well, kind of. I wouldn't necessarily say I made it or Astrid made it. You left and things were said and I was upset and I made a wish, okay?
Damien, as you look back at Whisker, you could see on his face that he is just absolutely just almost in tears, as he doesn't know the right words to tell you what is going on here. He's at a loss. He doesn't want to make you mad. He doesn't know how to explain it correctly. Hell, he doesn't even really know what is exactly going on here. So when he says, I made a wish, he's telling you all he really knows.
I know it really won't make a lot of sense, but he's just trying to determine if it really is what he thinks it is.
As an action, you detect good and evil until the end of the next turn. You can sense anything affected by the hollow. As you use your divine sense, the portal gives you it is a neutral feeling. It gives you no sense of evil and no sense of good. It's merely a mode of transportation. If that makes sense.
After he uses his divine sense, he's just gonna turn to Whiskey. I don't know how. But you put the plans in motion. And he'll turn back. And he'll step through.
As the two of you step through, Damien and Whisker, you find yourselves
welcome back. You left in such a hurry.
Too much UP.
I am the observer.
I'm sorry I left in a hurry earlier.
The female that was with you, she seemed rather terrified at my appearance.
She'll be okay.
I did not mean to alarm her. Welcome to the Foundry of the Mere. Would you care to take the tour now? It is your facility after all.
Say that again.
Welcome to the Foundry of the Mere. Would you like to take the tour now? It is your facility after all.
As he'll turn to Whiskey. Your facility. Shall we take the tour?
I guess.
Wonderful. Right this way.
Damien will stand up.
Sorry.
Go. Sit.
This facility is all self-contained and run by many of my other constructs here. Although we do have many different amenities for biological components. As you see here, we have a very well stocked and ample tavern area so that you and any of your party members may refresh yourself from your long and tedious journeys. As we continue this way, the refraction lens here powers the facility. It is maintained 24 hours a day, and the energy harnessed here is what we use to convert into the power that we use to recharge most of the facility. The technology that you will find here is extraordinary, state-of-the-art, and advanced in many ways. As you see here, rampant elementals are used to harness their abilities for other magical means. While they are considered cruel towards the elementals, they are an ends to a means in most cases. If they were loose in the world, they would do more harm than good. By having them contained here, we are able to preserve their magical means. Here we have our observation, where we can observe the multiple planes in the worlds beyond. Truly helpful for those that go on exploring the multiple dimensions beyond this plane and the next. Here is the entrance to our research wing. Inside will contain many volumes of many literatures and works that will help anyone.
There must be 1,000 books here.
Well over 1,000. By our calculations, we have over 9,000 volumes of research here.
Unknown.
And finally, we reach the alchemy wing. Everything that a budding alchemist or an advanced master could ever desire. These facilities would be open to any and all of your party members. The main research platforms would be right through here. Here is where our main mineral extraction platforms are. Here, the several different mere platforms that we have in servitude here will begin to extract mithril and other minerals from the miners that we have in the caverns beyond. Extracted minerals will be refined down into their more usable components. Through this doorway here, we can access the mines, and as you can see here, Most of the mining platforms are most of the mining platforms are hard at work. As we continue down this wing, this teleportation unit will be able to link to any other platform teleportation device that may be needed in the world for rapid access and transportation of raw materials. Currently, we have one location known in only Grand Forge, Tyrrendal. If we make our way in here, this is our grand smelter, where all of those refined minerals will come and be reforged into their primary functions. As you see here, they are beautifully smelted down into their raw form. And this is our forge. As the Mir here prepare many different recipes of sword, shield, armor, and various different needs for anything above in Zatan. Everything a budding army could ever desire or need. There are two other places in the factory. Our mana extraction facility for any would-be wizards that require a plentiful extraction of mana to fuel their connection to the weave. And finally, the sacred vault. This highly secure area here contains the crystal of the oubliette. A very unstable but powerful relic, able to alter realities and bend the very fabric of the world. But because due to its reality bending properties, we keep it locked away in here. And only in dire circumstances will we access it. And thus completes the tour. I hope this facility meets all of your expectations, Master Whiskerwrench.
Damien, without saying a word, will get on a knee and bear hug Whiskey. I don't know how you did it. I don't care. It was like you knew exactly what I was thinking.
I was just trying to figure out a way to help. I didn't know it was gonna make this whole thing.
Doesn't matter. What is done is done.
I suppose now that we know what everything
Go
does,
drink your water.
I guess whenever you're ready, we've got other people we need to tell.
I would gladly be able to provide my services to any others that you desire to have me tour the facilities. Also, any other that have provided recipes or any desired designs that you would like the mirror to follow in their forging patterns, we would be glad to add them to our research catalogs and have them craft weapons and armor or whatever is desired in that fashion.
Well, I think I know a couple of people that can help with that. Once she gets her bearings, I'm sure Astrid could help. And then, we're already connected to the Grand Forge, so we can get the dwarf over here to help.
Yes. Ironwood, I believe was his name. He was quite surprised when the mere miners showed up and Grand Forged. I don't believe he expected our arrival,
Well,
although come to think of it, I'm not sure how I got here either. Oh well, that is outside of my scope of duty. With your blessing, I would return to my duties.
uh, yeah.
This facility is yours. You are free to access anything and everything, although I would request that access to the oubliette is restricted, and that you will require my access key in order to get into it. So please, if you need access to the oubliette, come and see me.
You did say that portal would take us anywhere.
Once
To a
connected,
portal.
yeah. All we have to do is make another one.
Well, a king requires your assistance. I need you to make another. One much bigger.
Hmm. Okay.
This portal must be in Avernus. You will find out more in the morning, but
I'll get on it right away.
I've already made my decision. With a slight smile on his face. We're going to bring an army into the Hells.
An army?
You heard right.
So we're sending for the orcs then?
We're sending for everyone.
um, uh, mm,
Yes. Is that something that I can assist you with?
well, first, what do I call you?
You may call me the Observer. That is my primary directive.
Observer. Alright. You said that you can make this facility do anything that we needed to?
That is within reason. We are a manufacturer.
Within reason. Well, can you make me... Can you make me another portal? Like the one that goes to the Grand Forge?
Absolutely. By my
I'm gonna need it,
calculations...
probably, 3 or 4 times bigger.
Material... We could have that order finished within 2 days.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. I will push that order through.
Appreciate it. Damien,
Aye.
the Observer says we can have your big portal in about 2 days.
Fantastic.
I don't understand.
The mirror is trying to hand you a cup.
Thank you. Thank you.
Damien will take the cup. And he'll nod his head.
No, the Observer said in like 2 days' time, he'll make us a bigger portal. We'll just have to take it with us to Avernus when we go.
Aye. I hope you will prepare yourself. Because in 2 days' time, we go to war. Damien will slam the drink, put it on the table, and then walk out.
I guess we're going to war. Whiskey will do the same thing. Just slam it and hurry up and try to catch back up to Damien.
I hope you found the facility acceptable.
It's everything I wanted. Thank you.
I hope you come back soon.
Damien will get on a knee. Are you okay?
I think you've seen what was inside that place.
There's nothing to fear.
If you say so.
Perhaps it might be the biggest blessing I've received. And it's not even mine.
No.
As he'll give a quick glance to Whiskey. I will say that I do believe you should take her to the other side again. Show her the same thing we just saw. You'd be better off knowing that
Well,
the two best forged people in this city know what's in there.
what about the rest of the party? Aldrich.
I'm going to call
Vespa's
a
mom?
summons. I'll be calling a summons in the morning at the Citadel. I expect you to be there, but if you are dealing with this, I understand if you can't.
Then in the morning, when you're done, anybody that you think needs to be there can go through the tour.
Aye. Thank you. Whiskey. Astrid.
Astrid is going to absolutely grab you, Whisker. She isn't squeezing you and not letting you go.
Yeah. Let me breathe.
Not happening. Back at the mansion. Moon.
I think what Moon wants to do should happen after Damien says what they just did.
Very well, then. In that case, Moon, I think that you, with all of this, might need to take a trip to the monastery and reflect in the meantime.
Much agreed.
So in that case, Moon, as you take a trip to the monastery and reflect, Moon, as you approach the stairs of your monastery, you notice a mouse knight standing guard on the stairs, and another one up high on one of the turrets looking down on you. You do not recognize these two.
But I do see that they're like rat people, right?
Yeah, you do see that they're rat people.
Oh my gosh! Are you Slinker's family?
They call me Niblet. You must be Moon.
Gosh, I am Moon. Moon is gonna come in and hug Niblet. Look at you. I'm so glad everyone found their way okay. Nobody got hurt coming in?
No, we all made it here in one piece. We're a resilient bunch.
That makes me happy. What do you think? I know the monastery is pretty run down, but I think with everybody here, we can make this a really livable situation. What do you think?
Are you kidding? This place is the bee's knees. This is the nicest place we've lived in the last 10 years.
Oh, that makes me so happy.
My Uncle Twitch is up top there. He's pretty crack shot with the bow. Noise
How
inside.
exciting.
There's a few of us others in there. I think you probably want to talk with Skit and Patter. They're kind of the would-be matriarch of our bunch.
Very well. It's a pleasure to meet you both.
It's good to meet you too. I guess we owe you a lot for letting us stay here.
Well, it'll be nice to have people that appreciate me here.
Yeah. Don't let me keep you from going on inside.
I was gonna move it, but I was clicked onto Twitch, so it didn't. Hello, it's good to see everybody.
Priestess Moon, how are you?
Name's Raven. I'm doing, I guess, okay.
As you see, I guess some of Slinker's family has made it here.
Which is good.
Yeah.
They'll make great use of this place.
Much more militarized than I figured they would be, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, it would actually make things easier for you, wouldn't it?
Well, I kind of imagined they were going to be, well, I don't know, more civilian, you know? They're more resilient than I figured. So yes, it definitely makes my job easier.
Good. I think maybe in time they might quite come to a liking of our religion.
Perhaps. I know that they have a priest amongst their order. He's taken an interest in your literature. He's up at the podium, up at the top.
Quite exciting. I'll have to introduce myself.
Well, I'll let you get to it.
Pleasure to see you all here.
Ah, Moon. How are you?
doing?
I'm not unwell. I see that Slinker's family has made the journey. At least
Which
some
is
of them.
I'm sure this place will be cleaned up in no time.
I don't know about cleaned up. Rat folk tend to move into a place and use it how it is.
It's fair. Very fair.
Either way, they'll be a good residence. I've never had a problem with any of the rat people I've ever known.
It's some good news, honestly. Could use it right about now.
Yeah. Is everything all right? You seem to be troubled.
Definitely conflicted.
And now is not a good time to be conflicted.
No. But it just can't be helped. I feel I've come here to really bring my thoughts together, because there is a very important matter, which I am feeling something that I don't think I've ever quite felt. You know, as a monk, we are taught that anger does not serve us. Yet during this time, I feel angry towards the people I am the closest with.
Well, priestess, if you need me to, I'll clear the monastery so that you can have a moment if you need it.
That's not necessary.
Very well.
It is much appreciated, though. Thank you.
And if there's anything that I can help you with, you know that I have 2 ears you can borrow at any time.
I much appreciate it. I feel as though I should understand my own thoughts before I put it on others. Thank you. And Slinker, I am glad to see that some of your family has made it here okay. There weren't any troubles, were there?
Slinker is happy that our family has made the journey. Scurry was filling me in on the journey. Not an easy one for many of them. But they are all here in one piece.
It's good.
Thank you again.
Thank you. These pictures all look great. Like, Scramble looks fucking adorable. His cute little face. Like, Moon is suppressing the urge to squish their face and just like, oh, you. Moon is gonna bow her head to the statue. I am not interrupting, am I?
No, not at all. You must be Priestess Moon.
I am. It is a pleasure to meet you.
I am Monk Pata, and this is my wife Skita.
Pleasure, fellow monks. It is not often that I meet any other monks.
We are monks without a following. If we are, how do you say it? We are practicing of all knowledge.
It's understood. Monks in general, it is our way of life to learn from others and scriptures and not to turn away any knowledge.
Indeed. We try very hard to learn from all of the religions we come across. See, there is knowledge to glean from all of them. Oh, sorry, we have helped ourselves to your scriptures. Your Commander Draven said it was available to us.
It is available to all. I'd love to share the knowledge that I have with others, and if you've taken a liking to it, and that just makes me all the more happy.
There is definitely interesting knowledge to be gleaned from the idea of worshipping
one's demise, or at least embracing the idea that demise is a natural part of life and should be rejoiced, not feared.
Yes. It is not a commonly shared idea, but it is one that I hope that others come to an understanding. It makes life, in my opinion, worth living more.
I can see why. When you only have a precious life to live, you see things a brighter color. And you understand it in black and white. Man, we have so much research to do, and we would not want to be in your way. So if we are ever a bother, please just let us know, and we will remove ourselves from your holy altar.
Never a bother. Company is always welcome, although solidarity is one that comes with meditation and self-learning. It is through others that we learn more.
We rat people are very communal creatures. We are always together, moving together in a family unit. Very rarely do you see us as a solo or by ourselves. And when you do only see one, you will know that there are many more of us that you do not see.
Which is a good feeling, though.
Mm.
I do not find it difficult to center myself and find solidarity, even in the presence of others or many.
It is interesting to find oneself alone in the group of many.
It is one thing that is always taught at the monastery that I grew up at, because it was an orphanage, so many of us were all together. We'd share rooms, we would share meals together, we share a common space. Everything was full of people, and yet you were still able to find solidarity, because it is the one thing that grounds you.
We never find a private moment for ourselves. We always share everything. Everything is public to everyone in rat culture.
It's quite all right by me.
Well,
I
it was good to meet you. Sorry if we are ever in your way.
No worries. I will take this time to pray in front of the statue, though.
May we observe your prayer.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Moon will get into a comfortable position, and she will center herself. Just kind of, she wants to like bring out the darkness, but not truly connect with the god, just trying to center herself, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Do you want me to roll religion?
Yes. I think a 19 works just fine for that. As you reach out into the darkness, you connect so easily to it now. As you feel the webs of darkness, you reach out, you feel the interconnection of things. While it's easy to be alone in solidarity. It's also easy to forget that all things are connected in life and even in the darkness. And you reach out and you touch Vesper and you can feel his presence there. And even you feel Valmora's husband in the darkness. And you feel all the others connected to the darkness, even though you don't know their names. But you know their presence. And you feel this web stretching out across all of Tyrandel. And while you are here in your monastery praying to your God, it is of comfort to know that you are not alone in the world.
I think with this, like, we'll make Moon less confused about her thoughts, more resolve about what she wants to say to the group. And now she's like really set and determined to make her points come across.
As you disconnect from the darkness and your eyes open back up, there's that momentary where your eyes are just black. And you stand up, and as you turn around, Prater sees your eyes return to their normal color. I could feel the very shadows of this church breathe around you. You are truly masterful in your religious.
Thank you.
There is a
I hope
great...
it does not bring fear to you at all.
Never. I have watched the demons worship. I have watched the celestials fight, and everything in between. I fear not religion. I fear misunderstanding. Knowledge is strength and power. And though I do not understand exactly what I have witnessed, maybe one day I will. And that is the day that I will become strong in my religion of knowledge.
I love your resolve, Mr. Patter.
I do love your monastery, Priestess Moon. It is very beautiful.
Thank you. I hope that you and your family find great solitude here and comfort.
I believe we will.
I just saw the chat. With that, I see that I know now what I must do. It was a pleasure meeting you.
And you as well. And you are Priestess Moon.
Yes.
I am known as Flicker.
Flicker, it is nice to meet you. I am glad to see that Slinker's family has come.
Yes. Your monastery provides a great opportunity for us to regroup and reassess our powers.
That brings great comfort to me as well.
I notice your monastery lies outside of the great city.
Well, it's easily explained. The city was founded much before this monastery was. I felt a connection to this place and found myself drawn, and that is when my God spoke to me. The many-faced God had asked that I make this place one of worship for him, and that I make it my own.
I wonder, are we allowed access into Great City? Are we subjugated to stay outside in monastery?
So, there is a council that oversees the city. I have only asked that I be able to make this monastery my own, and that I may open it to those who do not have a home. And at the time, I had no one who wanted to reside here. No one who wanted to make this place home. But knowing that all of you will make such great use of this monastery and this home, it is something that I will bring forth to the council. Because they do approve all of those who enter the city.
I see. Flicker has much need to gather resources for my conjurations, potions, spells of the such. Much of mine was lost on the travels here.
It is much understood. This is a matter that I will bring to their immediate attention.
I appreciate your looking into the matter for me. I would hate
Well,
to
thank
continue to
you.
go through Cousin Scurry and Brother Slinker for my wares. They charge something awful for magical trinketry.
Well, I'm so glad that you've brought it to my attention. Because it is something that I have thought about, but something that I have not brought forward yet. And it's something that I should. It's very important that the resources are given to the monastery, or at least have access to, because it is so isolated.
Also, between me and you, Brother Nar, he wishes to gather sustenance. He says that your food rations here are subpar.
Much understood.
Anything you could do to grant us access into Grand City would be much appreciated, even if it was under escort. We understand that that kind is not always welcomed in many places. We have a reputation of thieves and scoundrels.
Well, and it is much like those who worshipped the many-faced God. I myself am often seen as an outsider, as one who worships him, and even more so seeing that I'm a priestess of death.
Then you understand our plight well. And understand
much
that
so.
we will make as many accommodations as necessary to bring comfort to those less understanding. We mean him no harm.
Thank you, Flicker. I will be back. I do plan to speak with the king shortly. We are very close.
Flicker will give a very deep bow as he returns to his book on the table.
I just want to pet them, you know? Be well.
You as well, Moon.
With that, she will peacefully leave the monastery and head back.
With this, night has essentially come and passed. No, not that one. I need the ton. There we go. What does everybody want to do at this point?
How so?
Well, Damien said he was going to address everybody the next day, right?
Moon wants to address everyone tonight.
Right, but Damien is addressing the whole town tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
So with that, I'm just going to be at the mansion. Like, Moon wants to address us, I will be there for that, but at the moment, I'm just at the mansion waiting, thinking about, how I'm going to explain there's a giant fucking forge, a giant foundry now underneath Zatan.
Okay.
What about Joe?
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah, we haven't heard from him in a hot minute.
Yeah, Joe.
Yes.
Joe, we haven't heard from you at all this session. What would you like to do?
I would like to wait for Damien so we can talk about the Forges of Time.
Okay.
So Damien would most likely be heading to the Citadel after a forge to kind of try and refine some plans.
But I'm pretty
before
sure that
morning.
Moon wants to talk to them all before that, correct?
I want to speak to the group as a whole. Our group.
Before Damien goes to the Citadel?
Well,
If so, that's
Moon
okay.
doesn't even know where Damien is.
Hmm.
Moon has no idea. He dipped out without talking to anyone.
Right.
Everyone kind of went separate ways,
Mm-hmm.
which left Moon to just go where she felt most welcomed at that time.
Mm.
She's hoping to find everybody at the mansion, but she also knows that the monastery needs immediate attention. They need resources. So she's not entirely sure because she wants to bring this up to Damien before she brings it up to the Citadel, before the council.
Right.
But she has no idea. She's kind of conflicted. Does she go to the Citadel to talk to them, or does she try and find Damien first? But if she goes to try and find Damien, where would he even be? It's not like she has very much experience in the city. She's been walked around it once.
Right. in that instance, Damien, could there be any reason for him to return to the mansion to get anything before going to the Citadel?
Yes, actually.
In that instance, then Damien could go back to the mansion, and I feel like that would be the point where everybody could regroup.
Mansion was like over here, right?
Yeah, mansions where everybody's like plopped up. But yeah. So we will go ahead and activate the mansion, and I will turn Damien back on. And we will start. Whisker would have been back at the mansion, so I'll have him come this way. Okay. So Damien, so Val, Moon, put yourself wherever you guys would like to be. Okay. All right. There we go. Now cue Damien.
And Damien will kind of glance to the left. And then he'll go walk up the stairs. He'll come over here. He'll grab his pillow. And he will search this little chest to see if there's an extra blanket in there. And just for shits and giggles.
With a 12, you definitely find some sort of blanket.
Okay. And then Damien will make his way back downstairs.
Val, there's something that I want to talk to everyone about. Would you come into the room?
Absolutely.
Before he leaves, I want to do a perception check to see if I see Damien with the pillow and blanket.
I would say a 13 is good enough for that. I mean, it's not like he's probably hiding any of it.
Are you leaving us?
I'm just going to the Citadel.
Are you going to sleep at the Citadel?
I have plans.
You have plans. Even with the teachings of my monastery, I find it difficult to contain my anger right now. I think that we all need to talk. So before you go to the Citadel, is that something that we can do?
I suppose.
Anybody know where whiskey is?
No. I'm right here.
I went to the monastery to do some thinking. You know, I've always seen us as a family, bound by mutual respect and shared goals. Yet lately I've felt increasingly sidelined in our decision-making processes. We've faced dangerous situations, drinking potentially lethal potions and food, opening portals and jumping into them, nearly dying in Avernus, making pacts with devils, losing lives and limbs. These are decisions made without my input or Valmora's. And I can't help but feel that our voices and our lives are being disregarded because we go in to save the people we love most in this world. We've built this family together as equals, but it seems that respect isn't reciprocated when it comes to making critical choices. I respect all of you and I value our bond, but for us to function as a true family, we all must have a say. Every opinion should be carrying weight, regardless of gender or role. Yes, I understand that Valmoria is a queen. Damien, you are the king of this place. But I urge you to remember that my perspective, and even Valmoria's, are just as crucial to our survival and success as anyone else's. It has become painfully clear that if we want to hope to win this war, we can't while we're divided in opinion in our friendship. The bond that once united us is fading, and it hurts to see our family so fractured. I find myself questioning why my opinion is often overlooked, yet my forgiveness is sought after the fact. Do you guys believe that my mind is not equal to yours? Do you not value the input that I can provide, which might affect the outcome of our situation? I feel a growing distance between all of us, and it's honestly something I cannot bear. I have grown up
I agree.
disregarded by society due to whom I worship, but I never thought that it would feel that way within our own family. Our relationship was once strong and cohesive, and it's now fragmented. I refuse to stand on the sidelines of these crucial decisions. We must come together as equals, valuing each other's perspectives and contributions. Only then can we hope to face the challenges ahead with a chance of success. I am begging you to rebuild the trust and respect that our family was once founded on, and face this war united, not divided. Why can't we make decisions together, considering all of our viewpoints?
Because some like to act on their own.
You're acting on your own. You're grabbing a pillow and blanket to sleep in the Citadel?
Is there a problem with me sleeping in the Citadel?
Very upset that you're making these huge decisions without even talking to us. You said that you have a plan.
Aye,
Does it not include us?
of course it does.
Then why aren't you including us?
As Damien will turn his head to the left to Vesper. Because some like to think on their own in crucial times of need.
That's why I'm asking for us to make these decisions together.
You have my word. From now on, I will confide in the party with our plans and decisions, but this decision I have made is final. I feel that I have been very open with the party. All of you. With what my plans are. With what my actions are. I feel the just the same as you, Moon.
My questions I still bring open to the rest of the group. Do you value the input I can provide? Why would you not ask? Why are you jumping into portals that could kill you? Why are you eating and drinking things that you know could hurt all of us? I mean, at this point, after the first time, I figured everyone would understand that we are here for each other and we're running after you to make sure that you don't die. Everyone here in this room is everything that I have. Am I an afterthought?
I would think you know my feelings on that. Seeing how we sleep together every night.
I do understand that.
Then, if you do excuse me.
If you were going to the
No.
Citadel,
No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. I agree with Moon. And I think for the first time, I am really feeling my emotions. You know, I wake up every morning, I meditate, I pray, I make sure that, you know, everything's good with nature. I go and get my yoga in. You know, I do my best to make sure that I stay calm within the party. I support everyone, and I appreciate y'all for supporting me. But this right here, I am not for it. Just like Moon said, we've been sitting by and standing by on the sidelines this whole time while everybody's been doing their little jolly golly goofy ass shit that they've been doing, drinking potions, they've been doing all this other stuff, running off from everybody, not telling nobody what they're doing. And now we got these secrets that's going on. No shot at you, Damien, but we've dealt with Vesper holding in this black ass goop in him, and then we almost got killed. Then he got in his feelings because we had to kill him to bring him back, because if we didn't, everybody else was going to die, probably. And now we had Whisker and Vesper in the garden playing with these goddamn portals and shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I understand that everybody is up in arms and they got these plans and shit, but I think we need to start fresh and cut the line to where everybody is going to be upfront and open with everyone else, because quite frankly, I'm sick of this shit. Now, if you guys would want me to go back home where I came from, because I have all the opportunity to do so, then I will.
I don't want you to go home.
Why would I want you to leave?
Honestly, you people are my home. And before you go to the Citadel, Damien, I would actually like to go with you. An intention problem is coming up with the monastery that I wish to bring to your attention and the Citadels.
This fine.
Yes. Yes. Let that hatred boil between you all.
Shut up, bitch.
Your
Nobody was
opinion
talking
matters
to you.
less than anybody else's. If there's one thing that we can all agree on, it's that you should die.
All in due time.
Good. I'm glad you agree.
But I see the poison that has been brought in this group. A spur of my hatred.
It's not yours at all.
Since I split that person in half, you have
That
not
is
been
not-
whole.
You think way too highly of yourself.
You got a mirror? Are you looking at yourself?
If there's one thing that can bring us together, it is the hatred of you.
Maybe so. But I look at you all splintered and bickering amongst yourselves now, and you think you have a chance of defeating me.
Have you been listening this whole time? Because I don't think that you have been. I just made a huge, nice long speech.
Speeches are great and grand. But I am in every one of your minds now, creeping.
You have been. We all want to kill you. Obviously.
I am Amalphus, and you will never be rid of me.
And I'll just send you to the one who wants you the most.
Go ahead. Reach out and touch me. Send
You look too
me.
gross to touch.
I see this group. I know your anger. The hatred. The despise. Let it all go. I wish only to claim what is rightfully mine. And soon, none of it will matter. All of this will be mine. And you will not have to worry about it anymore.
I don't know what he thinks is rightfully his. He belongs to stay in Avernus or in the void. I just want us to make decisions together. We really need to come together if we want to defeat him. It is going to take all of us.
Yugio's gonna go over and stab the fire with her sword.
Did he come in like a kind of like a hologram, what's his face did in the Citadel when Damien was being crowned?
This was more like the flames turned green and he was an apparition.
Okay.
But at this point, Malphus he's in your minds. He's playing on your fears. He's playing on your hatred and your angers. And all this time that you guys have been fighting with one another, you've been feeding into his design.
So it's as if our frustration and anger feeds him.
Absolutely.
And is that something that the group would cohesively be able to understand in that moment? Should we all roll an insight?
Maybe we should all roll insight or perception. See if we all realize that. I would say
you have a plus 10. You have a plus 12. Wow. Sorry.
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm like an expertise at perception.
And then Val. Oh, yeah.
I was trying to look for my perception. I'm sorry.
I would say in that moment, everybody realized that when Malfast manifests himself in the fire, that it was very clear that this division that has been going on between the group is caused by Malfast. It is something that he is trying to split this group at the seams. It is his way of getting into your minds and trying to break the very chains of this group. This infighting, this bickering, all of this. Things have always been this way. And while it shouldn't be all of the craziness, and it shouldn't be people not getting their opinions asked, and all of this stuff has finally boiled over to this point, it is taken Malfast and his influence on this group to finally cause that boiling point to happen. Because without that influence and that evil intonation, Moon would have kept on just being Moon and just dealing with it. And Vesper and Damien would have just, well, he's my cousin. And Whisker would have just kept on being himself. And the group would have just been that kind of chaotic follow back and forth. But Malfast has pulled at the seams and caused this division. And it was at this moment, this meeting in the mansion, and Malfast appeared and shown to be the puppet master of all of this division. The group can continue to play into it, or they can continue down a different path, a path of unity, one that is going to be needed in order to overcome the evils in Avernus. The choice lies before the group. Vesper steps forward. And while he looks at Damien and he looks at Moon and he looks at Whisker and Valmora and Eugeo, he says, while I can't promise I won't do anything crazy or out of pocket ever again, you know that I will always have this group's best interest in my heart. I always have, or I always should have. And while I forgot that when I was with Benny, and making those decisions on my own have never been the best choice. So, group decisions are better than solo decisions, in my opinion. So, I'm with the group.
We all need to make a promise to each other. No more drinking or eating things without the party's consent.
We're jumping into portals.
Jumping into portals, putting yourself or the party at risk without the party's consent. If that promise is not made here and now, walk away.
I vow to not put anyone here at risk without group consent.
Val,
I too vow to not do that.
Yushio.
So I have to get everybody's permission before I eat things?
As long as you don't have the fork of gluttony, you don't need our permission.
Okay, then, yeah, no, I should be good then. Yeah, no, I can do that.
Does you two have full understanding what the fork of gluttony is?
No, she doesn't.
Whiskey.
Well, I'm sorry if you all ever thought that I intentionally put you in a spot where
Whiskey, mostly you're putting yourself in danger. And I worry about that the most.
I try
I know
for
you
my
have,
I try for the most part, Moon, to only put myself in danger.
but I worry about that too. Like, I know you have many lives, but every time you lose one, I just worry about you. Moon will come over. You know, since I first met you, I really do like to see you so happy, and I care about you a lot, Whiskey. And I don't want you to die. I don't want you to leave this party.
We all do.
Moon is just gonna hug you.
In particular, to you, Whiskey. Make the same promise with a twist. Promise to not gamble with your lives anymore.
I promise.
Moon is also gonna go in and forcibly hug Vesper too. In a tight hug so that he can't really move his arms too much. I became your patron because I don't want you to die either. I really do want you to be prosperous, you to be victorious. And I'm scared that you're gonna leave us. You risk your life for us so many times, and I've seen it. But you also risk your life, I feel like, just for the fun of it, and it scares me. I'm not ready to lose you. I've never had a family. Not like this. And we've become so close. You know, I can now feel the pain that you feel.
You know,
And
for
it
one
saddens me how
who
much.
worships death in the natural order of things, you sure are worried about keeping people alive.
It's not natural for you to risk your life just because. You're naturally supposed to live longer than me, you know.
Well, if it wasn't for our god, I would be ripped in half already and dead anyway.
See, even he has plans for you to stay alive.
Well, as the DM, I cannot speak for Slow on this promise or this matter. I would only assume that he would want to stay in the party. So, in this moment, I'm not going to make any promises on his behalf, but other than that he wants to stay in the party. So,
I feel like I should bring this all to you guys' attention. You all know how I made the agreement for some of these items that I received from Slinker for some of his, most of his family to come and stay at the Citadel. Some of them have arrived, and they do need resources to survive. So I don't know how to bring this up to the council or what to ask of you, Damien. I don't know how to give the monastery resources.
What kind of resources?
Food? And just to be clear too, I've met quite a few of Slinker's family. They are very militarized. They're not what most people. What is that?
Yeah.
Did you make it?
I really wish I could understand you better. I wouldn't say I made it per se, but kind of.
Whiskey, feel free to explain to them everything that transpired today in the portal.
Another portal.
Aye, another portal.
This one's not bad, Moon. This one's not
And,
bad.
I could also make that promise as well. But if you do excuse me,
What?
I need to get to the
What do you need?
Should I come with you to explain the situation?
You would wish. I wish that you all come to the Citadel in the morning anyway, as I address the council. And I will explain everything tomorrow.
I will do so in the morning then.
Aye.
Including the portal. You want me to follow you?
You are cute. I want to touch it.
Reach out and touch it.
I'd touch it.
It's not gonna hurt you.
How cute. I've never seen anything like you.
I've never seen anything like him before until today either.
How can you make something and not make it at the same time?
Well, because I made them come here, but I didn't make them.
Portal. Got you.
There's lots of things. There's lots of things through the portal.
Sounds like everything will have to be explained tomorrow.
Well, I mean, short version of the story that Damien's probably not gonna tell everybody is, well, I kinda wished for it to happen.
No.
No, no, no.
I was just trying to find a way to help us and Zatan, and I kind of made a wish, and then they showed up.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
As the mirror walks around the living room to each of you, kind of investigating one at a time, very inquisitively, kind of almost researching each of you. Whisker will go on and explain the portal and the factory and all of this, that, and the other. Into the morning hours. The Citadel awaits at this point.
Can we take a little break here?
Yeah, why not? Everybody can take a little break. Why don't we take a fiver? Everybody take a fiver, we'll come back, okay? Okay. I have returned.
Me and AP are here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad Ashley said that. I was getting water while you guys were still talking.
I just had the exile screen up.
I was telling, I was, I was telling him I had another little speech ready for the council meeting, but then that kind of got squashed with the conversation that we all just had. I'm gonna copy it and paste it in our little chat.
All right.
Just because I know I'm not gonna say it now.
That's fair.
I'll put it in the player chat. Oh man, my God. That's fucking wild.
I'm back.
Hell yeah.
Damn. That's
Hell
still
yeah.
powerful.
What's powerful? Oh,
Did you hear? Did you hear her? Did you hear Ashley?
No.
She said that she could hear you, but she's being loud in the kitchen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I tried. I was working on it all week. The speech to the people and the speech to the council.
and then it's just
But that's okay though. Yeah, it's definitely okay though.
all right. Well, or if we're all back and we're all good to go, we find ourselves moving into the council chambers.
Nah, never mind.
do 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 do.
Good morning, everyone.
My lord. Damien?
I've made a decision on what's to come. We're going to war. Plans to be set in motion. Whiskey, I don't even know how to explain it, but a portal magically appeared in the forge in Astrid's workshop, and there's lots of things in there. And after this, Whiskey, I would greatly appreciate to take everyone on a tour of the place so they have a better understanding of it. But through this portal is a, let's just say, observatory, where they can make lots of things. And they will be making a portal to allow an army to pass through it. Multiple men at a time. Multiple soldiers at a time.
Aldrich is going to look at Alara and then back at you, Damien, and then Alara is going to look up at you. Damien, are you feeling all right?
Actually, I feel more level-headed than ever. I will make peace with my demons by killing them.
This is...
I'm sure all of the soldiers already know, as I might have caused a commotion in the city square last night.
I have been getting several reports from the garrison that there had been orders from the king himself about marching on Avernus. I didn't squash these rumors because I had not heard from you. I hope you have some sort of plan in place. We are not an invading force. We're barely even a peacekeeping force. Because I'm all about, well, frankly, I'm all about getting my hands dirty. I always have been, but I'm not sure that this is within our realm to do. You're talking about invading an entire plane of Avernus.
Yeah.
I have a plan.
I hope it's one hell of a plan.
It involves the Armistice. It involves the orcs in the Southern Isle. And on his consent, Blythe the Unkillable and his goblins.
You've made a pact with goblins. Is that what that gobbledygook message was all about?
Aye.
Well,
Don't you
calling me
remember us telling
interested.
you About the Tarask that we had all fought and killed.
Yeah.
Well, they were there.
Well,
May I also say something on this matter?
please, before I step in the malarkey.
I mean, Malifaux brings a threat to everyone alive. Not just this city, but everyone's city, everyone's home. No one is safe from him, and he has made that abundantly clear to us. And I myself have the monastery and have been having a following growing. And there are knights of my religion, knights of the faithless, who have pledged to fight for me, and if I bring this matter up to them, we will have more numbers on our side as well.
This is true.
And as
That's
far
what
as
everyone.
armaments, I'll take y'all for a tour here in a little bit, but Aldrich, I think we got that covered.
The only thing is making. Well, I don't really think I'm going to have to make them. But we need Abigail and her men. And we need. I can't remember. Magnus. And his men. To all come together on this. Because it is a matter of life and death. Not just for us. For everyone.
Okay. Okay. My lord, I mean this with absolute respect to you.
Speak.
Thank you, my lord. You mean to take the army of Zatan, which is probably less than 1,000 men, an army of orcs, which are, I have no idea what their numbers are, but they are heathens at best, clobbering, untrained smashers. You want to gather Aethias, which by all means is a grand army, but you want to call in Duskholm during the middle of their own civil war, during an armistice, to get them to travel to the plain of Avernus and fight alongside Aethias, orcs, goblins, and the former king of Elranthian, one that they claim their lands for themselves. All in an attempt to destroy the demon that threatened to take the mortal plane, but has only shown himself to a few. Correct?
Aye.
That's gonna be one very hard ticket to sell.
And
Now-
that ticket I will sell myself.
Not trying to sell him short or anything else, but Aldrich, Do you know that man sitting up there in the chair?
I have not known him for long.
I've known him a little bit longer than you. And if he puts his mind to it, it's gonna happen.
That I 100% believe you in. That's why I said what I said with 100% respect. Because I merely needed to understand the gravity at which his plan is being planned.
This will not be an easy task.
Oh, that is the understatement of...
I know this will not be an easy task.
I can see that you already have goblins and orcs and the army of Zatan on your side. Hell, you even have Aethias on your side. I just don't understand how you're going to broker peace between Duskholm and Aethias, and then let alone broker peace between the two sides of Duskholm long enough for them to lend you enough aid to fight a war in Avernus.
I think it's a very good point to point out as well that Malifast comes in many different forms and not just his own. And it is something that the orcs have seen.
I will make it abundantly clear to them. There will be no civil war if this is not handled. Because they will all be 6 feet deep. Or maybe just laying dead on the pavement. Because that is what Malfas wants.
I mean...
They choose to have the civil war after Malfas, even if they want to have it anymore. Then they can. It is none of my concern. But the mortal plane that we live on is.
Well,
Believe me when I say I'm open to suggestions, but on this much I am clear.
well, I know that the orcs have fought a demon invasion. And I know that you fought off a demon invasion in Grand Forge. It makes me wonder if Duskholm has fought off demon invasion somewhere that they just haven't talked about.
Aye.
It might be some common ground.
All that is clear now is I will need the help of you, Valmora, and your spells of transportation, because I will need to send word to a few people.
Whatever you need,
This
my brother.
meeting for this armistice must be soon. I would request that you send Vesper to Aethia's Landing so he could speak with Abigail and myself to the camp that which we stayed with Magnus.
And if you need, you can send me to the orc camp.
And I will head to the monastery as well.
Speaking of, you have new combatants in your monastery, is that correct?
Yes, I have a growing number of followers staying at the monastery.
Aye. Zatan made a promise that the Citadel would be protected and have the resources. What do you need?
I first wanted to make sure that it was okay with the Citadel to create some type of alliance or understanding with the monastery so that they may brokerage deals for resources with your people, such as food, and since we are arming ourselves, weapons, armor, to fight in this war.
Aye. Would it make sense to make a checkpoint for the people who come into the monastery and reside there for the unforeseeable future?
We could establish a checkpoint into the city. Create a passport or something. That wouldn't be hard to do. They wouldn't be citizens per se, but they would have access to the general areas. I don't see any issues with that. If that would be acceptable.
As long as they're vetted and verified through Moon, I see no reason why this can't be done.
As far as resources go, I have no problem providing aid to the monastery in the form of food and resources. My question would be what is the monastery providing back into the city in exchange for food and this? Or is this more of just a aid?
The first idea is aid, but I do love the idea of the monastery also providing help to the city as well. Many of my people are more militarized than the typical citizen. I do have knights that follow their own code, the way of the faithless.
Okay.
We are very much monks, and many of those who are residing at my monastery are monks as well. Majority of them do follow the code of the faithless in the sense of understanding and providing aid to everyone. The monastery is first and foremost a home to those who are not welcomed in typical society.
Well, my lord, I will say this much: if we are gonna go to war, and we do not have any kind of hospital facility inside of the city, we are gonna have to establish some sort of place for the treatment of soldiers who are injured, that kind of thing.
I would also like it to be known as well that the spy master who has been providing the city with some information of outside sources and a lot of the wars that are happening is something that the spy master knows so much about, and he has his little birds, as he calls them,
I would
gathering
say
information, bringing it to him.
I would say that the information your spy master has been passing to us has been very critical, and we have not been reciprocating any kind of payment for him. So perhaps this food aid would be the repayment for that. If my lord agrees.
Aye.
So then, a checkpoint for the monastery with passport system for the refugees to the monastery, and then aid transport of food and payment for information for spy masters. Continued support of information to Zatan. I feel like that is a mutually agreeable situation. And then we need to take into consideration the possibility of injuries and maybe the monastery helping us with hospitals, since your monks may be quite capable of helping with that.
I thank you so much for even considering this possibility. I don't think that this would be difficult for the monastery to provide at all.
Well then.
I'm sure that Spy Master would agree to these terms.
Also, side note, do you think Val and her tribe could provide help with the healing in the hospital?
We don't particularly specialize in healing, but I know some of my family members are well versed with healing.
I mean,
So I don't see how that would be an issue.
I figured I'd ask. I mean, I know it's not my place, but more help's more help, right?
This is true.
Val, I will say, I don't wish to put your people in this harm's way if you do not wish it. If you wish to keep your tribe secluded still, I completely understand.
I will speak it over with Grimjow.
Aye. Thank you for this. Well, why don't you all take a tour? I will attend with you, and we could discuss future plans for this place and what it might be able to provide to us.
Another option for the medical facility. If Atheas is an ally now, we could always talk to them about procurement of Hightower.
Aye, that is a great idea. A great idea indeed.
If we are able to send Zatan injured to Hightower, that might be a good idea. But they may not agree to that if they're going to be part of the conflict themselves.
Aye. Vesper,
Cousin?
I asked that you bring this knowledge to Abigail and ask, but really demand, that this armistice meeting is put in great haste.
I'll leave it once.
Aye. Be safe.
Of course, cousin.
Thank you. I will be on my way as well. Must speak with Magnus.
And I will head to the monastery.
Anybody that wants to take a tour of this facility can come with me. I gotta go grab Astrid.
I would also like to take a tour.
Well, why don't you
We
do
all
that
should
before
we
you...
disperse.
Please do.
I think Val needs to take the tour as well.
Oh yeah.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
I think that Vesper needs to take the tour as well. I feel like everyone needs to, besides myself. I already kind of did.
I'm only here wherever you need me.
Before I go, I hope you know that I love you, Damien.
Oh,
Damien will stand. And I you. Don't forget that.
I don't think I could.
Go.
With that being said, let's see here. Vesper. Val. We're gonna pull Astrid and
Moon?
I am coming. Sorry, I'm dealing with Bentley.
Oh, he was just saying names out loud. I was making sure he grabbed you.
I'm trying to find everybody. I'm looking for Laura right now. And then there's General R. Okay, that should be everybody. All right, turn this on, this on, this on, and this on.
Greetings. Wow, you have brought many to us.
This one. Yes. Welcome. You have brought so many more.
Yeah. This is anybody and everybody that's important.
Greetings and welcome to the Foundry of the Mere. Do you care to take the tour?
Just gonna turn and look at you guys. Well, do you want to take the tour?
Yes, please.
Right this way.
As the observer is going to go about her tour, which was given earlier in the session, so I'm not going to go over the full thing again. But highlights are the tavern area here, the power source here, the library here, the basically the I forgot what I called it, but the scope, just look at different planes.
Observatory.
The observatory, yes. And then alchemist here. You have the main processing facility here that processes the raw materials. Then you have the main foundry here, which melts it down. Then you have the main production facility here. You have the mana production facility here, and then you have the oubliette here, and then you have the main transport portal here, and then the mines out back. So that is the grand tour.
Beautiful. If it is not rude to ask, what are you?
We are the mere.
I mean, okay.
Was this answer satisfactory?
I'm not quite sure what it means, but it doesn't matter.
What do you do? Where are you from?
Well, we are a subservient race of machine biology. We were originally designed and created to serve greater species in the worlds we inhabit. Our primary functions are based upon our configurations. I am an observer. I watch other mirrors and make sure that they are facilitated correctly. We build grand architecture and facilitate the lesser mirrors and make sure that the work is done dutifully. There are forge mirrors. They craft and create, making arms, armaments, and all manner of creations. There are welders, forgers, things, mirrors that create the raw processed materials. Then there are miners, ones that dig and process raw materials. And then we have the simple mirror, ones that you'll probably have come accustomed to. These are the jack of all trades. Not good at any one thing, but they handle an abundance of simple jobs. Transport, cleaning, cooking, whatever needs to be done.
Does that give you a little bit more insight, Moon?
It makes a lot of sense. I thank you for explaining.
I have a question.
Of course.
You said there was a arcana, right? Or not arcana,
alchemy area?
Yeah, alchemy. You said there was alchemy. Is there a list of the different items that you all make here?
Not to cut him off, Val, but as long as they can have the blueprint or the recipe, they can make it.
The master is not incorrect. My mirror here are capable of mass production on a grand scale.
Okay, so, question. Are you guys familiar with a fire-resistant elixir?
We can produce many elixirs. Fire resistance is amongst our more basic elixirs that we can produce here.
Well, what's your advanced elixir?
Not only fire, but heat. Avernus is just hot in general. To the point where, like...
Why don't we go to the research center?
Player to player, I think that Valmoria's people, if they weren't to help fight, would be great at possibly helping create potions and maybe like, I don't want to say explosives, but like potions that can be thrown to cause damage.
Actually, that was a good idea.
In this archive, there are more than 9,000 volumes of research blueprints. I'm sure whatever you desire can be found here in this archive.
Interesting. Well, question then. I have a here. Come on out, Primal Warrior. See, I have my. I don't even know how to really explain it, but my wild shape form. He is my spirit as well. He has a great hammer, a great giant hammer. And I was looking to see if there's anything that we could do to kind of, what do you say, bolster it.
Hmm.
So Primal Warrior doesn't have his hammer.
Of course not.
While Val is in the library talking with the observer. So, you think this will work, Aldrich?
I think this is a grand forge.
It's got pretty much anything and everything we'd need.
If I understood your observer correct, she said this was Andra Zatan?
Yeah.
How is it possible? This would have taken hundreds of years to dig out like this and build.
Well, that's kind of my fault.
I'm not ungrateful, I just don't understand. I know you're a gifted cat guy person, but there's no way you built all this. You built these robots, you built this factory, when? How?
It's magical.
If you can, if it's magical, can't you just, if you can wish all of this into existence, why don't you just wish Malfast out of existence? It seems like the easiest thing instead of putting all these soldiers' lives at risk.
It would be the easiest thing. But in doing so, I'm afraid. In doing it that way, somebody else would have to disappear as well. Just the way the power works is if it can happen, I can do that. But then anybody that I've met in any plane, you, Vespa, Bishop, Moon, Alara, I've not talked to her, but even her, Jim, Val, Moon, Damien, and Astrid. somebody wouldn't be here no more. And that's not a chance I'm willing to take.
So what you're saying is you wish for something to show up like this and something bad happens anyway. So what happened that was bad here?
Well, I don't know exactly how bad it's gonna be, but the Mir they're not part of this world. But now they are. They're here, they're everywhere. And that could be very, very bad. Because like the Observer said, they're supposed to be here and they listen to the ones that are, stronger, more smarter, more knowledgeable.
So you're saying that these mechanical creatures are not just here, that our enemies could have access to these creatures as well?
It's very quite possible. That's the downside. That's the downside.
Could the devils themselves have access to these creatures?
That would be a question, I guess, player to DM. Would I know that?
I think that you could only
Or
draw on
would
conjecture.
Or would it just be to this plane? Me wishing the mirror into existence, did they go everywhere? Are they in Avernus? Or are they only on this plane?
I believe we discussed that they were brought to this plane of existence. But I don't know if Whiskey would know that.
Yeah, I know me and you discussed it, and we know we brought them here, but...
Right. That's why I'm saying that Whiskey might only be able to draw on conjecture for that question. I know that me and you, player to DM, have discussed that they were only coming to this plane. But Whiskey wouldn't know that.
I honestly, I can't answer that truthfully, Aldrich. I'm not gonna say no, the devil doesn't have them and they're not in Avernus, but I'm also not gonna say that they're there and they not be there. I guess in reality, it's probably gonna be best to be prepared to see that they're everywhere.
Well, if that be the case, then that also means that they're probably in Atheus and Duskholm and everywhere else. And then that means that they could figure out that these little guys are master builders and they start putting them to work.
Yeah, but I guess silver lining here, Aldrich, is they don't have a forge like this. They don't have a foundry. They're not in charge of a grand forge. We took that back from the demons.
Yes, but it's only a matter of time before they figure it out and start organizing them. And if these little bastards can build anything, what if they build themselves forges and foundries? It's gonna start an arms race. We need to get this armistice. We need to get this armistice taken care of fast.
They can build forges and foundries. That's fine. That's fine. But as far as core world materials, stuff like that, they don't have access to that. That's something Satan has. Well, how many other core world facilities are there that you know of?
Whisker, there's 4 other grand forges in this world.
Well, then it sounds to me like after we get done with this armistice in Avernus, you should probably start figuring out where they are. You know we have an observatory for that, right?
I know that the dwarves in the Brown Mountains have another forge there. And there's another one in the Grey Mountains, but that's deep in Duskholm territory. And another one.
Duskholm territory could be good for us.
Maybe, possibly. There's another one deep out in the Badlands. That one, as far as I know, has been abandoned for a long time. I don't even know if it's operational anymore. As far as the last one, I couldn't speak on its location.
Whiskey.
Yeah, Moon.
On a semi-separate note, the observatory carries a lot of information. Do you think that it would be able to give us information on Malifas?
We might find that. We might find that information in the library. I mean, the Observer says there's over 9,000 books in there, so I'm sure if you ask the Observer, it can point you in the right direction for Malifas. As far as the observatory, we can use it to look at Avernus. That's what the observatory's for. So we could just see the planes and see where other things are.
Whiskey, do you think that we could use the thing to see if Bishop's okay?
Well, I'm here to tell you, I'm pretty sure he is. According to that damn demon that came by. But yeah, I'm sure we could use the observatory to see Nellis and Bishop.
Miss Alara?
Yes.
I know that you haven't spoken too much on this, and it's a lot to take in, but I would want you to feel at least a little comfortable with what is happening. You are on the council, and you do mean such a great deal to Vesper, to Damien, to your people, and to all of us.
My nephew, he comes to the council and he tells us he's declaring war on a plane of hell itself. I thought he was crazy. And then all of a sudden he brings us this cat. It shows us this grand foundry with these mechanical beings creating weapons and arms for an army that he's getting ready to build. I don't like the idea of war. Not since I lost Elranthian. But if it's war he's after, then war we're gonna have. I know his father always preached about peace, and it was only because he was so gifted at war, and it scared him to no end how good he was at it. That's why we never thought Elranthian would ever fall. And Duskholm hit us right where we never expected it, from the sky, completely ignoring all of our most powerful soldiers because they were stuck on the ground. So, as long as we don't, as long as we look at every possible angle and take everything into consideration, and I mean everything, and why can't we invade hell?
I do hope you know too that our whole family and what we've experienced, we truly believe that this war is completely inevitable. And by deciding to fight this and prepare ourselves gives us the best possible option or survival rate for everyone.
I know. And I could tell it in his voice when he said it. That's why I just accepted it from that moment. I know Aldrich was concerned, and he's gonna be worrying about everything, and he's gonna be down here a lot. He's gonna be inspecting everything that these machines make. And he's gonna worry about every man that he puts a sword in their hand. Because that's the kind of man he is. Moon, Damien is going to need you before the end. He's gonna need all of you. I'm afraid that he's going to be so convinced of his absolute victory against this Malfast that he's going to risk everything for victory.
Moon's gonna take Alara's hands. I think that Damien is more uncertain of the results of this war than anything else. But he truly believes, and I see it, and I honestly have the same belief, that if we don't fight, we'll all end up dead. We'll all be slaves to Avernus if we aren't dead. And I don't think that Damien will not consider the possibility of not winning the war. I think that is a huge concern for Damien. He knows that this is going to be quite literally one hell of a fight.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right.
And I have already vowed to stand by him. From the moment that we became a family, that we chose, all of us chose to be in each other's lives. We vowed to fight for each other. And I would do anything for Damien, for Vesper, for Whiskey, for Val, for all of us. For your city. Your acceptance of me, especially with whom I worship, is something I do not take lightly at all.
You know, I've lived a long time, and I remember the crusade against the Death Knights, and you are nothing like them. I want you to know that. those men, those monsters that were so consumed with the idea of killing for the sake of death. You are so full of life, Moon. So different than they are. If they were so much more like you, that would have been such a different time. Maybe you wouldn't be so abandoned, so lonely, you know?
Through, Damien practically immediately accepted me and did not care of my heritage and of what I have been living my life by. And I think that also changed a lot of things.
Well, my nephew just probably saw a pretty face.
Moon will blush.
Valmora.
He was raised perfectly with your family.
Yes.
Let's go back over to you.
Perfect. Val, you summoned me. What is it? Well, I wanted to see your hammer. Here, hand it over. Oh, Mr. Observer.
Yes.
You see, I have here the Hammer of the Gods by my primal warrior. He he just got it back not too long ago. I was wondering if there's like any kind of enhancements that we could possibly make.
This is of exquisite design.
Isn't it?
You'll watch as the observer puts its hand over the hammer and begins to scan the hammer with a light.
Most interesting. I do not have cataloged the materials that this hammer is made of. Even the shaft is made of a type of organic material not found in this world. This is, by all accounts, this hammer is not of this world.
Understood. I do just have one more question. I have these rings, that I got, and they are, I guess you could say, they serve a purpose, but not the purpose that I thought that they would serve. This one specifically, it's an emerald ring, and let's just say that it turns me into a bushwookie. And I was wondering if I could infuse it in like a bracelet or something, so I can activate it whenever I wanted to, versus having to put a ring on and off.
I see. So you have a ring that is cursed, or has a negative effect.
Yes.
May I see the item?
Absolutely. As Valmoria pulls it out of her regular bag and extends it to the observer. See?
I see what you say. The ring gives off an aura. I believe that this can be fixed simply. Stand by.
Hold on, wait. If that's the case, I have another. And he's gone.
Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Here. I have removed the negative effect from the magic item. You should
Can
no
I hand you-
longer bush Wookiee as you have described it.
Can I hand you another ring?
Of course.
This one is Shadow's Embrace, but it's a black onyx ring. It's supposed to be able to blend in with the shadows and not actually turn into a shadow.
Hmm. It seems to me that being a shadow in a shadow would be a benefit. Are you sure you wish to remove this?
Just wondering, because I don't know the true nature of the ring. It just, whenever you put it on, it turns you into a shadow. You're supposed to be able to, I don't know.
Stand by as I identify this magical item.
Yeah, I just can't remember what all it does. Also, Whiskey has another one of the rings that I had. Might want to talk to him.
It would seem that this ring in particular allows the person to hide when there's no place to hide by blending with the shadow. Probably why they turn into a shadow.
That makes sense. Well,
Hmm.
could you make it to where it just turns them invisible?
A ring of invisibility.
Yeah, could you turn that into a ring of invisibility?
Probably.
I feel like that would serve a greater purpose than just becoming a shadow.
I was unable to remove the negative effect from this ring.
Okay. It's all good.
But here, I have crafted you a ring of invisibility.
Excuse me?
You said you wanted a ring of invisibility, correct?
Yes, you crafted one?
Well, yes.
Okay. Interesting. You know, I may want. You know what? We should talk more soon. One final question. Do you know the history on this necklace here?
Scanning. It appears that these runestones that you have are interconnected. It appears that each one contains a part or a conjoined soul. When all of the runestones are connected, they are a part of a single being. Funny enough, they match the life signature of this summon that you have brought in here. If my
Wow.
hypothesis is correct, I believe these are summoning stones for your primal warrior.
Yes. But do you know where they were made from?
Jade, onyx, saltpeter, granite. These are generic rock minerals from this plane of existence.
Interesting. Okay. Well, thank you. That's pretty much what I wanted to talk about, to see if there's anything I could do to, I guess, up my game before we go into this war to maximize my potential.
Interesting. You know, they are all fastened on a piece of organic twine. As is with most of your armor, it is fashioned with organic fibers. It would not be well in the hellscapes of Avernus. You might want to think about upgrading your armor to something less flammable.
Yeah, I would love to. Could you point me in that direction, possibly?
I will have some of the forgers start working on a new outfit. Can I have that necklace?
Can you have my necklace?
I believe the runes on it will need to be fashioned into some sort of new device in order to keep the runes secure while you travel through Avernus.
Yes, I can do that as long as you promise me that you will take absolute care of my necklaces. See, this is my grandmother's necklace.
Absolutely.
So, what kind of material would you make this new armor out of? Because I'm not too particular or fond of iron or metals.
Interesting. Cannot
Yes.
use iron or metals.
Well, I'm not too fond of them. That's why I have these organic clothing. See, I mean, I know you know I'm a druid, right?
Druid. Shapeshifter. Changeling.
Yes.
One of nature. Organic materials make sense to you.
Yeah, not to
Mithril.
mention iron hurts.
I would recommend a mineral known as mithril. It's lightweight, a type of silver.
Okay. Do you happen to have any obsidian armor plates?
Obsidian.
Not armor plate. Yeah, I'm sorry, not armor plates. But do you happen to have any obsidian that maybe I can use some arm guards for? That's organic of the earth or the realm.
Obsidian is rather brittle when you get to lightweight. We could fashion you some... Interesting. Perhaps an energy field could be fastened into the mithril lining of an organic material, creating a type of positronic electric field. We could power it with a mana battery.
Yeah.
The only downside with that would be is that you would constantly have to recharge the mana battery. And if you took direct damage from it, it would drastically drain the battery. I might have to do some more designing on this.
You take your time. You want me to strip naked too?
Oh, absolutely not. Indecency would not be necessary.
Oh, you sure? I mean, growing up as a child, I ran through the jungles of Aurora, butt ass naked.
I am, capable of turning off my ocular devices if you decide that you need to clothe yourself.
No, it's okay. Thank you so much for your help. I will be speaking with you soon.
Yes. Allow me to work on these designs. Perhaps that we can fashion something a little more robust for your trip to Avernus.
Yep, and yeah, thank you. So I trust Primal Warrior be safe in Avernus, given that he's hairy.
Well, him as a spiritual warrior, even as a summon, would probably be, how would you phrase it? Okie dokie?
Artichoke. All right, well, Primal Warrior, this is it for now. Yeah, here you are, Observer. The necklace is yours for the time being.
Thank you. I will return it in a better condition than which I have received it.
Thank you. All right, well, I trust that you will do as you say, and thank you again. What are you doing in here? Whisker?
Oh no. I'm just looking, Val.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going back to
So-
everyone's. Oh,
So this is the observatory. Like, we can view different planes and see where everything is from right here.
were you spying on us?
Not you.
Oh,
Trying to find Bishop.
makes sense. Well, I have to go. I have something for Moon.
All right.
See you later.
Whisker, if you would like to use the observatory to try to find Bishop, you can roll me a investigation. With a 16, as you spin the dials around, you find the plane of Avernus and you begin to search, dragging the glass plate over the plane. You find fortresses and all sorts of manners of hellscapes. And as you look for anything, any sign of Bishop, you find a scorched wall that has a picture of an angel. And you watch as a young tiefling is graffitiing this robot with angel wings onto the wall. And he's holding a glaive.
I'm just gonna sit and watch. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. And the reason being is seeing the tiefling child paint Bishop as an angel, that's confirmation that he's there, but it's not Bishop. So I am going to continue to just sit and observe.
As you continue to scroll, looking for him. Not able to find any evidence. But you are able to find several other graffitis of the same. A robot with angel wings. Val, you said you needed
Yes.
something to do with Moon.
Yes, Moon.
Yes, my dear.
I have something for you.
How exciting.
As Valmoria pulls the ring of invisibility out, the one that she just got from the observer, and she's gonna go, "Here, Moon. So I had this ring of shadows embrace that I wanted to get turned into a ring of invisibility. Well, I couldn't get that turned into it, but I acquired a ring of invisibility, and I had you particularly in mind so you can get, attack of opportunity whenever we're fighting, because I noticed how everyone has their attack of opportunity, but you rarely get to have yours."
I think that this would serve me perfectly.
Mhm.
Balmore, I love how you know me so well.
And not to mention, whenever you go to um, speak with your god, you can always go invisible and get guidance from him without having to do it out in the open.
It's like I'd be protected at all times. Moon is
Mhm.
gonna hug you. I love you too, Balmoria.
I love you too, Moon. Hey, and not to mention, I got a ring of invisibility myself.
How exciting. We're twins in different sizes.
We're literally twins. I'm big twin, you're little twin.
Like a mini me.
But to be fair, I'm going to use my ring of invisibility. I want to spy on my husband a little bit. He's quite handsome, and I want to admire him from afar.
Honestly, from what I've met of your husband, I feel like he would enjoy it if you were watching him from up close.
Yeah, I think so too. Um,
He'd probably get a kick out of it knowing you were watching from afar, too.
mm,
He'd probably do a pose for you.
yeah, you're right. But honestly, I miss him. I'm gonna call him, not call him. I'm gonna go to him and see if we can bring the armies. If he doesn't come, then maybe some of our finest troops can. We have to get prepared for war. And the observer said that he can make me a new armor, one that's new and equipped with my runestone, so it doesn't get lost.
That would be awesome. But also, because your people aren't violent, per se, anyway, they'd probably get great use of this place. I think that they would love this place.
Absolutely. Well, I think
It's not necessarily in nature, but
I think that I may have portrayed it a little wrong. So, although they're not healers, they are very well in combat, especially with are you familiar with guerrilla warfare?
well, I mean, I do have an understanding that quite a few of your people. Sorry, that scared the shit out of me. I mean, like, your connection to the primal warrior, there's others who have similar types of connection. They can also transform into such magnificent creatures.
Yeah, like Planet of the Apes. See, my tribe or my
There's a
grove,
planet of apes?
mm-hmm. Yeah, my grove, we primarily wild shape into some form of primate form.
That is so cool. Oh man. This is gonna be such a beautiful sight.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Valmoria.
You're welcome. I just wanted you to have that.
I appreciate you.
As do I.
Alright. I think I'm gonna head to the monastery.
Have fun.
You too. I'm sure your people would love to see you again.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go visit them tonight.
Do we have like a general understanding that we will all meet for dinner tonight back at the mansion? Player to players?
Everyone except for Valmoria.
I mean,
I'm
if
pretty
that's what
sure-
everybody wants.
I'm pretty sure Vesper's already left on his personal quest too.
Right.
Well, then that just leaves, Moon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Whiskey.
Which is fine. We will probably head back to the mansion if nobody is at the mansion. You know what? If it's just the three of us, she'd probably invite y'all to the monastery. Monastery.
Well, we can go.
Val's probably gonna go to her grove.
Okay, so then let's go to the monastery then.
I am still typing up a speech to give to them.
Whiskey and Yu-Gi-Oh. This is an interesting interaction here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Did I forget to mention that Stinker is rat people?
Yeah, you did.
I don't know so much as you forgot to mention that Slinker's rat people as much as you forgot to mention that Whisker is cat people.
I don't think Moon has ever really described whiskey to them.
Nope.
I mean, like, I know that you're a cat person, but do you hate rat people? I mean, because you're not an actual cat, and they're an actual rat.
I don't know. Let me see.
Because Moon doesn't see race as a problem anywhere or at all. She doesn't understand the concept of racism entirely.
I mean,
She knows what racism is, but she doesn't understand that.
the point of it.
Yes. Or
Like, she
what
understands
races
what
would
it
hate
is.
Other races.
Right. She understands what racism is. She don't see the point in it, and doesn't know that this race hates this race.
Exactly.
Or, I get it. Per se, I don't know. Technically, I don't know if there's any lore written about it or anything. I don't know if that's what Jolly's looking into, but I would. I guess I'd have to say, DM's discretion, maybe.
So, this is just one thing that I'm reading. It says traditionally, Tabaxi do not have an issue with rat people, but rat people have an issue with Tabaxi.
Okay, so I'm just basically for humor's sake, it's gonna be like I'm like, yeah, whatever, fuck it. A person's a person.
Yeah, so...
But they're gonna look at me and be like, the fuck are you doing here?
So rat people don't trust cat folk based on several misconceptions. So the rat folk actually are the racist ones in this situation, not the Tabaxi. I did not see that coming, actually. I honestly would have thought it was... That's interesting. They call them pouncers.
They call who pouncers?
The rat folk.
That's what the rat folk call the Tabaxis.
Yeah, that's their like...
That's their slang.
That's their slang, yeah. That's their pouncers.
Damn.
Get out of here, you pouncer.
Yeah.
Damn.
Wow. I can't believe that they have D&D racism. Wow. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I want to add this to my campaign. I don't know if I want to add this. This is, wow. This gets, okay. This article is deep. Wow.
Well, that's why I said, really, I'm not real sure if there's a bunch of lore or anything
There's
made on it.
There's a bunch of it, actually. Holy shit.
But, DM's discretion, I guess?
I don't like it. The more I'm reading it, I don't like it. This feels really bad. It feels really bad.
These rat people are like almost feeling indebted to Moon, and with Moon introducing whiskey to the entire congregation of those who reside in the monastery, I feel like would at least
hold a little bit of leeway so they're not so racist towards a cat?
pull a lot of leeway.
I don't like this at all. Okay, no, I'm not doing this. No.
Nope, he said nope, we're done.
I'm
done.
Nope. I don't like
You're
that
done.
at all.
You're done.
Get her done.
Oh gosh, that was... I don't know who wrote that, but they spent way too much time thinking that through. Ugh.
Get her done.
Why was... nope.
We can curb that whole idea.
Yep,
Yeah,
no.
just
What are you reading this on?
I don't know. I closed out of it. I'm not going back to it. I'm not going back to it. That was
Oh
that was like some KKK level like racism that the rat folk have towards cat folk. Like it was bad.
I feel like somebody racist probably
Yeah, like legitimately as I was reading it, I felt like this was just somebody who is like real racist in real life writing racist crap about fantasy, and it was just like it felt bad. Like I'm not doing that. Nope.
It's like they put their personal feelings and just switched to the name.
Yeah, so I'm not doing that. I don't know where that article... I mean, that was just the first one I clicked on, and that... No. Whew. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. That's not... Nope. As far as I'm concerned, y'all get along just fine.
I am ready to give a speech, by the way.
Oh, God. I feel bad for reading that now.
Let's bury it. It doesn't exist.
Absolutely
wash
not.
your brain out.
Oh, crap. Pouncers.
Okay. Are we ready? I'm excited.
Okay.
Lead the way.
Okay. Niblet. Mr. Twitch, Mr. Niblet. They are misters, right?
Yeah. There's only one One lady, and that's Skitter.
The
There
wifey.
could be
Yeah.
only one niblet.
I have something important, and I really need everybody to come together. I have something that everyone should know.
All right.
Will you help me gather everyone? I'll go talk to the spy master really quickly.
All right.
Come on, Whiskey. Yujio. Spy master. Commander, Mr. Slinker.
Yes.
I have some really great news and some important details to discuss with everyone, and I would like everyone to congregate so that I may discuss it with all that is here.
Oh, absolutely. Where would you like us to meet?
I think the biggest area is up near the altar.
This works for us.
Please gather everyone you can find. For the sake of it, I think that she'll just kind of like stand on the steps of the thingy. Whiskey, Yujio, come up here with me. I
Okay.
need your help.
I don't know. Last time I stood next to this thing, people disappeared.
Okay. Thank you all for coming around. I have taken into consideration what this monastery needs. Flicker has graciously told me that everyone in here is obviously in need of resources. And I bring forth and I stand before you today with a heavy heart and a resolute spirit. We face an unprecedented threat, one that endangers every living being in our realm. Malefas, who is a lord of Avernus, seeks to spread his reign of terror and destruction to our world. His power grows from hatred and anger. And if we do not unite, his darkness will consume us all. Moon will continue to explain what she knows about Malefas, about Avernus, about Damien's plan to unite a multitude of different groups of people and, I guess, countries and cities. And then she will graciously, I know not all of you know whom these two beside me are. Yujio and Whisker Wrench, otherwise known as Whiskey or Whisker, are those that are my family. We together will fight and we will live together, and I wanted you all to be introduced to them. We are quite a unique community, all of us here. Some of us bound by our devotion to the many-faced God, all of us for our quest for knowledge, our desire to understand and protect the world around us, our desire to be understood and be accepted and have a home. And now, more than ever, we must come together and harness our strengths to confront this menace. With that being said, all of you create and have such unique abilities that the city council is aware of. Spy Master, you have had multiple encounters with the council, and I have brought it to their attention that you have also not been compensated for such knowledge that you have provided them. and I have brokered a deal to ensure all of our survival and bolster our efforts. The city has agreed to provide food and resources to our monastery. In return, our spy master, they are hoping that you'll continue to share your valuable knowledge and strengthening our ties, ensuring mutual benefit. Furthermore, an entry point will be established, granting us access to the city. This will allow us to forge our own connections and broker personal deals, enriching our lives and broadening our horizons. Those
Yes.
vetted by me will receive passports living in this monastery and granting them free entry to the city, ensuring our integration and cooperation. But resources and access alone are not enough for this fight. We need warriors, we need defenders of life, and we need those that can help in support to stand against the forces of Avernus. I call upon all of you who are able to fight to join me in this battle or to give support resources for our very existence. Together we can push back the darkness and provide and protect our world from Malefast's wrath. This is not just a fight for our survival. It's a fight for our way of life, for the values we hold dear, and for the future we wish to create. I wish that we can unite as a family and as a force to face this challenge head on. We have strengths, we have the knowledge, and we have the resolve to triumph. I ask you to stand with me and to let us show Malefast that we will not be broken. For the many-faced God, for those gods that you also worship yourselves that are not him, for our monastery, for our home, and for the future of the world. I know that this brings a lot of questions, and whiskey here has such a unique forge, is it called?
Foundry.
It's a foundry.
Foundry. Has a unique foundry that we would be able to have access to help us with these resources. I understand you may have questions, and I encourage you to ask all of these questions that you may have. I will be providing any resources I can to you and to these people. If you have concerns or questions, I'd love to hear them.
The only question I have is, when do we leave for Avernus? Damn right.
King Damien is thinking in 2 days' time.
You have my spells. You have my sword. My axe. You can have my bow. And my spells. And mine too. Slinker will help how he can. My knives are at your command. If there's a hole to be found, I'll find it for you. If there's information out there, I'll get it for you. We're all with you, Moon.
I can't thank you enough. And I want you all to remember that this is a home for you and our growing family. It will always be a home. I thank you. And Moon will do a respectful bow to the entire community.
Well, enough gawking about. If there's food to be had, Let's go get it.
I figured that they might want to know about the forge, which is why I invited Whiskey and Yujio to come up front, because Whiskey could provide information on what the foundry is, not forge. So I feel like the spy master might be able to make quite a good use of that too. And Commander Draven might be able to have a better understanding of how to arm and protect the guards, swordsmen, those under his command.
Well, what can you tell us about your foundry?
Well, what would you like to know?
Does it make good weapons?
Yeah,
Good deal.
it makes weapons, it makes armor. For those that cast spells, there's a spot where you can redo your mana. There's alchemy areas where we can build you potions.
There's over 9,000 books with recipes, instructions, blueprints.
I would definitely
Knowledge.
like to get my hands on those. No offense to you, Moon, but the monastery is greatly lacking in knowledge.
It is, and Flicker is the one who really opened my eyes. This monastery needs resources, including knowledge.
I only am trying to help in the ways that I can.
Which is much appreciated.
I appreciate you getting us as passports into the city.
Well, much like Moon said, you guys, Spy Master, you're providing information to Zatan, so they're gonna help feed. They're gonna help with food. The only thing I'm gonna tell you is it's my foundry, but you gotta be able to trade. You can't be the only one walking away with something, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You want knowledge and stuff out of the books, you're gonna have to figure out something that you can trade with.
I would gladly give my knowledge back to your foundry if there is something that is missing from it.
There is one thing that I ask all those who will have a passport. We are a people of peace. We give no ill will, and we will not create problems for the citizens of Zatan.
I feel like everyone here could abide by those rules. Is that right, Commander? I can feel like everyone here agrees to those.
And so it shall be done. Is there anything that you would like to ask of me?
When can I get into this foundry?
I can show you the way.
Excellent. And with that,
Is there anything? I was just gonna open it up that if anything that Whiskey or Yujio wanted to add.
Nope. I'm pretty content.
is there anything else anybody else would like to add tonight?
Nope.
Then with that, I think that will be a good place to wrap it up until next week. In the meantime, I love your face, and this has been episode 2 of season 3 of Edge of the Map, and we will see you guys next time.